Good evening and welcome to our Monday, April 3rd council meeting. Moved by Trevor Bougie, seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that the April 3rd, 2023 council meeting of the Township of South Glengarry now be opened at 7 p.m. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. If we could please rise for the singing of O Canada. All right, we'll just break from procedure here for a moment to say, well, one, I suppose, a soon-to-be goodbye of our CEO, Mr. Tim Mills. You asked us not to belabor it too much, but I would like to say thank you very much for your time here. You came, what was it, 2019? A pandemic quickly rushed upon you, and you pretty much survived your whole term of a pandemic one, and you're seeing a lot of tough times there, so thank you for your guidance and leadership there, as well as your focus on the strategic plan, and then I'll open up for other council members, but thank you very much, Mr. Mills, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We'll go to in voting order, so Lang, and then Jaworski, McDonald, Bougie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Thanks, Tim. I mean, you come in when we were kind of struggling with nobody and gave us quite a sense of direction and a lot of guidance, and it's very much appreciated. I'm not going to say too much there, but appreciate it very, very much. Thank you.
Well, I can't say it was a pleasure when we first met because we were on opposite sides of a very contentious issue, but I still, even through that difficult time, your professionalism, your care for people, and your goal of really supporting the community that you're working with still came through, and that definitely carried through with your work with the township, and it's been such a pleasure to be on the same side as you. And when I look back on your time with us, it's really been satisfying to see the number of issues you've helped us close, projects move forward. When we look at our strategic plan, we can say we've crossed off a lot of items there. And so that's been really thanks to you for your guidance and leadership on that. And also with all the retirements that we've had here at the township, you've played such a central role in hiring, I think, about half of the GMs that we have. So you've assembled a great team, and I know they'll carry on well, but you're leaving a great legacy behind. So thank you so much for everything that you've done for the township.
Thank you, Tim, for all your time with us, your leadership, everything you've done for us, what you've helped us weather, and what you've proactively gone out and done above and beyond what anyone could expect a CAO, I think, to do, or definitely when the history of this township has seen a CAO do. So it's a very reluctant goodbye on my behalf here, but we're going to miss you, and hopefully we get to work with you going forward and see you out and about. I'm sure you'll be seen in and around South Glengarry with your grandkids going to the fair and that, so look forward to those times. Thank you.
Yeah, Tim, I mean, our paths first crossed many years ago in the education world, and then lo and behold, years later, cross again at the municipal world. So we appreciate everything you've done, and you've done a great deal for the township in just this short time working with you as a new councillor back in this seat, and we appreciate everything you've done, and the township's a better place for you being here and leading us through some difficult and challenging times. So thank you.
Yes, please, Mr. Mills, go ahead.
Okay, there'll be the formal and the informal through you, Mr. Mayor. So as council's noted on last Friday, I gave my formal resignation as the CAO of the township effective April 14th, so in 2 weeks. I truly have appreciated the opportunity has been provided to me by council to lead this amazing township, and in many ways, council, I think, took a chance on me when I took a chance on you, and the end result was we did some pretty good things together, and I've loved every minute of it. I firmly believe that council and I have been a good team, and I want to thank you for allowing me to be part of the challenges. So the initial part was the pandemic, for sure. But what came out of the pandemic, one of the things tonight, we're live streamed. You know, we have staff who've got together the technology that we have a small crowd here, but we have more people watching online. It's been a privilege and an honor to work with the senior team and all of the staff and the community. Some are here tonight, and residents. But none of that happens in isolation, and I've said that many times to staff, that it's mutual cooperation and collaboration and relationship building that gets things done. To the general managers, the supervisors, and the staff, the results that you haven't mentioned, I'm going to mention some things in a second here, but really that's the talent and the skill and the commitment of staff working together with a lot of volunteers in the community and people that work closely with the township that gets things done. Each employee in South Glengarry has brought a different and unique skill set and strength to their role, and I'm proud of the things we've done. And relatively speaking, in my experience, we're small. We're a small community and small staff, but we got a lot done. One of the awesome things about being a leader or a CAO is seeing people do well who work with you. So there's examples all around here of people who started in the organization and now have become general managers or supervisors, and they're still aspiring and taking courses and learning. And that's really the best thing about being a leader, seeing people succeed, and I really encourage you to keep working together as a team. We've seen a huge turnover, as was noted about retirement, and that's just an opportunity for others to step up. So we have a young team too. So let's talk about a few accomplishments. When you think about the strategic plan, what we knocked off, the Rec and Parks Master Plan, the Asset Management Plan, arena and playground upgrades, office renovations, fleet upgrades in roads and fire, the new roads garage, the fire hall in Williamstown, the advances in technology that I talked about, the main office, what we've done with the environment, with the reduction of bag limits and different things there. And the people from who volunteer with the Optimist Club are here tonight. Smithfield Park's another one, and the list can go on and on. But when you think about that, I'm pretty proud of that list with what we've done with the group here, and it's during a pandemic. So that's all during a pandemic time. So what I'd like to say in conclusion, has been an honor and a privilege to work alongside council and staff. This opportunity has been life-changing for me. For me and my family. But anyways, life goes on. Opportunities present themselves. I won't be going too far, but I can tell you one thing's for sure is that I'll still be curling at the Lancaster Curling Club and playing at the Cornwall Golf and Country Club. And I have to remind people that the Cornwall Golf and Country Club is located in South Glengarry, just like the Cornwall Regional Airport and other things that we'd like to change the names of. But maybe that's for the next CEO to do. So thank you very much, and all the best to everybody.
All right. So moving back to the agenda, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, are there any changes to the agenda that are required?
Yes, three, Mr. Mayor. There are a couple of additions to the agenda this evening. One being an item in items for consideration, a summary of the Warden Street info session, as well as the addition of an item in closed session, being an item related to personal information about an identifiable individual. We additionally have one item that's been requested to be pulled from the consent agenda for discussion, that being item 10A, the AOR's letter regarding the Enbridge gas resolution.
Thank you. Moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Stephanie Jaworski. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Moved by Stephanie Jaworski, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that the minutes of the following meetings, including closed session minutes, be adopted as circulated. March 20th, 2023, special meeting. March 20th, 2023, regular meeting. I suppose, were there any notices of corrections required for the past meetings? Okay, so I'll call as the motion as read. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. So now we will move into, presentations and delegations. Canada Day celebration, Optimist Club of Lancaster. If you could please present from up front and just press the red button to turn the microphone on. Gray button, it makes it red.
Good evening, Council. I would first like to just say that I apologize for the way I'm dressed. In the last 2 hours, I left work, fed cows, and was at the Sugar Bush. So it was quite a bit of a run, but on a positive note, I get to do all these wonderful things in this community, so that's a good thing. Secondly, I'd just like to acknowledge Mr. Mills. I know we haven't had a lot of interaction directly, but indirectly I've seen a lot of positive things that you've done, and I know being a person that's out in the community a lot, when your name is mentioned, it's always mentioned in high regard. So I'm sorry to see you leave. I'm wondering, just before we get started, I was just given a little bit of information on my way here I would like to share. It's a little bit of a positive and kind of put South Glengarry on the map. Is it okay to share a 20-second story?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So I just received an article that we've been waiting for. NASA just announced there are 4 astronauts that are going to do circle the moon, encompass the moon, and the one pilot is Canadian. He is an Air Force pilot on the F-18, and he actually got his license with us in South Glengarry in 1993 at South Glengarry Cornell Aviation, or however you'd like to say it. If you read his autobiography in NASA, it actually mentions Cornell Aviation there. So, just wanted to touch base on that. So that was a nice one to see. So, good evening, council members. Firstly, we'd like to thank you for taking the time to hear from us for this evening. Taking on a large event such as July 1st festivities does not come without its challenges. It takes many volunteers to put up such an event, many more than the Optimist Club has members. I would like to take the time to acknowledge those community members for helping us as well, because there are many. I've recently joined the Optimist Club myself as one of their newest members in order to chair this event along with the 4 other members that are with me today. Their hard work and efforts could inspire even the biggest pessimist. I did volunteer last year for this event as a friend to the Optimist. I believe and tried to lead by example and always offering a solution when presented with a problem. I am aware that prior to me joining the committee, there had been a request for a larger sum of money put forth to council. When I arrived, we spoke about this year's request along with what had been taken or asked for historically. Collectively, we've decided to reevaluate our request, revisit our budget, and arrive to a new amount that would be fair for both parties involved. I'm sure we can all appreciate how difficult it can be to tear down an already tight budget and rebuild it without compromising details. We've been able to help offset our costs with some wonderful community partners through sponsorships and hope to continue to build on this before the event. This has been a bit of a challenge as a percentage of businesses that we have approached are not in the same financial situation as in years past, yet we remain optimistic that we will reach our target. We've also done some research with neighboring townships to find out what level of commitment other councils have provided, as well as support offered to their community club partners. This can be presented to you as well, if you would like at a later date. I know we didn't give it to you prior to this. Lastly, you will see in our budget what the cost of fireworks have been this year, or are this year and have been in years past. We would like to ask to have the fees for the park waived as well, as Smithfield is our home office for that, to help alleviate some pressure on our budget. As well, food vendors have, excuse me, as well, food vendors have been leery about committing to our event, citing that there's a $300 food vendor permit put forth by the bylaw office. This would be the first year for this fee to our knowledge. Food vendors have expressed that it would deeply impact a chance for them to make a profit at such an event that was only hours and not days, as well as weather uncertainties. In closing, I would wish to thank you once again for allowing us to present today. We appreciate your commitment to assisting us in important events such as July 1st. Like you, we feel strongly about building and maintaining community spirit that we have come to love in South Glengarry. We also spoke downstairs and came to the agreement that the first person to approve or go with this, we will not ask to go in the dunk tank. And I believe Mr. Robertson can attest to how cold that is, as he spent some time there last year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Small. I guess Councillor Bougie does not want to go in the dunk tank. Go ahead, Mr. Bougie.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the presentation, and we all are very thankful of the Optimist Club Lancaster and all you do in the community, and I mean, all the events that are put on. Just recently, Family Day in Lancaster, and I was able to attend and council as well, and I know my son loved it, and your organization is always putting on great events like that throughout the year, so thank you very much. We do have grants and donations on the docket and the agenda later on. I just guess my question is there any other things we can do for in-kind services on the day of? Because I know we do some of the things with tables and some help there. Is there anything else we can do to help out that way?
Well, you do, I'm not sure if there's anything more. You do the garbage cans, picnic tables, chairs, tables that we have in the beer tent, fencing, that kind of thing. Yeah, so that, I mean, that's greatly appreciated, absolutely. I'm not sure if there's anything else physically that you can do for that day.
Volunteer the day of?
Yeah, sorry, anybody want to volunteer? We need help. We definitely need help the day of.
I guess it's easier to find somebody to avoid the dunk tank than to volunteer. It's always easy to ask in advance. So are there any other questions, or do you want to just discuss the items here, because just to see if there's interest? I don't know procedurally. I know for donations we typically come back with a staff report, so is that the same here, but maybe we get some direction from council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. So per our procedural bylaw, typically when we receive a delegation, we don't make a decision that same night. It's deferred to another meeting. So I would suggest that council defer the request to come back in a staff report for our next meeting, which is on May 1st. I think there's a number of asks in there, so we'll need Ms. Brunette to weigh in on the food vendor, as well as Ms. Servage on the excuse me, the park fee, and then there's the grant and donation component as well. So I would suggest that this be deferred to our next meeting and a staff report come back for council decision at that time.
Okay, but can I get the will of council? So for waiving the mobile food vendor fee, is that something we'd like to see? Just to provide some guidance to staff, okay, and then waiving the Smithfield building rental, if staff can come back. If there's any great reason we can't, then it seems, let us know, but otherwise it seems the council wishes to support those two requests, and then we do have grants and donations coming up this evening, and we'll go through that list along with all the other communities at that point in time. But you have our support, it seems, and barring any big considerations. We should be able to get those extra asks, and thank you all so much for highlighting the work that probably Parks and Recs and road staff do to prepare. That was very nice of you to highlight that too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate all your consideration. And Tim, thank you as well for all your work that you've done for the community.
All right, then we will move into action requests, the 2023 grants and donations allocations. Ms. MacDonald. Oh, sorry. Moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Trevor Bougie. Be it resolved that staff report 43, 2023 be received and that council approves the grants and donations allocations. And then it says as recommended or as amended. Ms. MacDonald.
Good evening, Council, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So as the report states, we've looked over the requests this year. We had quite a few people submit applications. We actually are continuing even to receive applications, so we went through and discussed quite a bit the allocations as suggested, and we thought it was important to leave some money for council for discretionary requests throughout the year. So while we didn't hit the 15% target that the policy states, we are fairly close with 13.5%, and some of that may not be expended depending on the hospital recruiting a doctor or not. So as of now, it's for you to approve. Our policy does state that anything above the $4,000 limit does have to go to council. So you'll see all of our recommendations are at a $4,000 maximum.
Okay. I don't know if there was any questions or if anybody wants some discussions on the items. We can go through them one by one, or it might be best to just get feelings where people have some thoughts aside from the policy. Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. That was my question. What do you want to go through them one by one, or do you want us just to bring up anything that is, you know, out of the ordinary or something that we have a speak in favor of or against or whatever?
I'm glad doing it either way at the will of council. My thought was to point out the ones, but I'm open to suggestions. You said line by line? Okay, great. We'll go line by line then, if that's the will. So St. Lawrence Valley Agricultural Society, the requested amount was $5,000. Recommended is $4,000. It is to purchase a portable water refill machine. Any thoughts on the recommendation from staff? Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you again. It's going to be tough for me. There's going to have to be something special for me to want to go above the $4,000 limit this time, because we've had tenders coming in, a lot of stuff's coming in over what was last year, quite a bit higher than last year, sometimes over what we've budgeted. It's a tight year. I'm going to be a little tighter than I normally would be with some of these things. Not against, I definitely would love to support the fair to the $4,000 limit. Hopefully there's somebody from the Fair Board's listening, and I want to just make a note that this portable water refill machine might not be benefit to everybody. I'll just point out that the volunteer fire department is going to lose a little revenue because we made quite a bit of revenue off selling water last year, and this may cut into, and that will affect a lot of the vendors. But anyway, not against it, but just for them to know that. But I would like to keep it at the 4,000 rather than the 5.
Thank you, Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. I think generally speaking, I'm on the same page as Deputy Mayor Lang when it comes to, like, we have to be really, the situation is, you know, financial situation is not what it's been in the past, so we need to be a bit more strict, or be quite strict in terms of like the amounts and sticking to the 4,000 as best we can. And certainly for this particular one, I'm in favor of this concept. I think it's a great idea. I mean, I know it's something that's come up several times at the Environment Committee about just how much of the recyclable waste ends up in the garbage at the fair and a lot of our other events. So, but I agree that, you know, we should probably cap it out at the 4,000. And again, you know, I'm hoping that this is like, it's a partnership with the Williamstown Fair Board that we can, you know, keep working on and, you know, keep working on ideas that that benefit both, because in this case that benefits the community by having less landfill being generated, and it benefits the Fair Board. And if they're purchasing it, I'm hoping they're thinking about how they can share the love with that unit, because there's probably some other events that could probably be looking to use something like that as well.
All right, thank you. Seeing the way that your conversations went, perhaps we can address like kind of the overall thought and then also this one at the same time. So we'll go Councillor Bougie.
So overall, I agree, and it's I guess, a question of fairness. So I agree with staying at that $4,000 mark. And I guess a tight budget, so on that, I don't think anything should go above the 4,000. And I mean, it's almost at the 5,000, so they can fundraise a little bit. And I mean, we do give a lot of in-kind work to the fair, you know, in terms of delivery tables, painting. So much goes on that's even probably not even listed on there. So it is our premier event. So in that regard, so yeah, for any of these as well, I agree with the $4,000 cap.
Okay, Councillor McInerney, do you want to say a little overview and then that thought, and then we'll move through the others a little bit more piecemeal?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll agree with Deputy Mayor Lang. I think the fire department's probably going to miss that water, especially this year. But no, I'm all right sticking to the 4,000. I agree we have a policy, and I think we need to stick to it, especially a year like this. We have to tighten where we can, and like it or not, this is one of the harder ones to do, but we should be keeping to that policy.
Thank you. So for the Williamstown Fair, it seems 4,000 is okay. We'll move on to the, and I'll do straw polls. If I'm wrong, just put your hand up and you can speak counter to them.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this one I wanted to highlight just because I believe last year was $1,100 or $1,200. Just a point, maybe we could reach out to the organizers and be sure that they've got everything covered. Last year they had a last minute insurance thing came up, so if we can just be sure that they're good with 1,000, great, unless Ms. McDonald has an answer.
I was gonna say, I think, yeah, last year their total request came in just under $1,200, but I think they'll work within this budget because they'll understand that was what was set this year. But we can communicate that with them for sure.
So was that for the Williamstown Santa Claus Parade you just mentioned? Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Lang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Ms. McDonald, did they request 1,000 this year? Okay. I think, and if I remember right, I could be off a little bit, I think last year they had gone a number of years with the same banners, and last year was a year that the banners had got worn and needed to be replaced, and I think they're hoping that they can use, so they were able to lower the cost a bit, not having to replace banners. I think this year just going to change the date or something like that. I hope I'm right, but I'm pretty sure that was the case.
Something to love about our community, ask for what is required, not what they can ask for maximum. So then at $1,000, I've got straw polls shaking head yes. Glengarry Sports Hall of Fame, 4,000 was their request, recommended 4,000. Yes. Lancaster Optimist Club, $10,000 ask, $4,000 recommended. Yes, that's kind of going to that. Oh, sorry.
Well,
Deputy Mayor Lang?
after the presentation we just had, I'm going to assume that maybe staff will see if there's some other things we can do. I'm leaning towards the $4,000 cap. Very thankful of the event they put on, first-class event, but maybe there's other ways we can help, but we'll wait for the staff report. It's supposed to come back next meeting.
Thank you. Thank you for highlighting the additions there to, so being kind. Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I'm okay with that as well. If we can just have a report come back and look into it. I know we have in the past contributed more to different organizations on a one-off. For example, St. Lawrence Valley Ag, but they were generally for a capital project on a property of ours. So we generally, it makes it a little easier to do those things, one-offs here and there. But for sure, if there's something like that, they're planning great. But I don't know that I saw anything like that.
Thank you. South Glengarry Pipes and Drums. I maybe should, my father pipes for this band. Perhaps if you could take this conversation, I'll remove myself from that one. Sorry, I didn't think of that whenever we went through pecuniary interest.
Yeah, no problem. And has anybody got any comments on it? Turn it back to you, Mayor. Looks like we're good with 4,000.
Thank you. The Lancaster and District Curling Club, it looks like that is funded through operating, so glad to support that one. Friends of the Ruins of St. Raffles Incorporated, 4,000. Asked, 4,000 recommended. Great. Friends of Summerstown Trails, 4,000 asked, 4,000 recommended. Glengarry Fencibles Trust, 4,000 asked, 4,000 recommended. Yes. Glengarry Highland Games, 4,000 asked, 4,000 recommended. Okay. Charland Minor Hockey, $5,000 asked. It is greater than the recommendation is 0, and the rationale behind it is that they are already subsidized by virtue of lowered ice rentals, meeting space, and advertisement space within the arena. Any conversation on that particular one? Counselor Jaworski?
Considering that, you know, the next item on our agenda is the advertising agreement, or maybe it's not the next one, but anyways, that, I mean, and this request would have been done well before that was renegotiated. I think I'm comfortable with what staff's recommending here, because I think we have that's a really good agreement that we have, and it's something that can be built upon for the future. One thing that I just comment about, you know, the comment saying the group is already subsidized by the township ratepayers for the ice rental rates. And I know that's something we're going to be looking at in the future, the ice rental rates. And I'm looking forward to when that work is done, that we have like we've done for other rates, like for in the building department, where we have a good sense of what it costs us to provide the work, so that when we do, you know, make a statement about something being subsidized, that we actually have a better sense of exactly what kind of subsidy we're talking about for both parties. So I just wanted to make that comment for the future.
Okay, great. So then that was okay. Oh. Citizen for Marshland Conservation, 3,951 requested and recommended. Okay. HGMH Doctor Recruitment Program. I believe that is already part of if they can do it. So that's kind of a decision already made. Martintown Remembrance Day Working Group, $300. And I see they use their own funds, so that's pretty easy. Charland Skating Club, $4,000. Rationale for recommendation at zero is the same. Same comment likely applies. Or Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Yeah, same comment, but one thing I did want to point out is they're referring to their 50th anniversary ice show. That's actually next year. So I mean, it might be something that maybe council would want to consider, as that it's a very, you know, a very special event for next year. But I would say, like, within this year, again, the same, you know, they have again, they're also in the agreement for advertising, so they have that revenue avenue as a potential. But I'd like to make a comment that perhaps for next year, if we want to think about a special event, that might be something council might want to consider.
With your knowledge of that group, the event typically happens in the latter part of the ice season? Yes. Okay, so it could maybe, if when we respond to them, mention that next year, for the 50th anniversary, highlighted it again, and we might have a different opinion on that. Martintown Canada Day, $1,000 asked, $1,000 recommended. Glengarry Interagency, 3,000 requested, 3,000, oh my goodness, not approved, but recommended. Yeah, sounds okay. Sir John Johnson Manor House, 1,500 requested, 1,500 recommended. Okay, I'll keep going through them, and if I see a hand up, I'll stop for conversation. Bainesville Recreation, 4,000, 0 recommended. We're completing most of that through our operations. Councillor McDonnell. Next one, Lancaster Firefighters Association, $1,100 for Halloween open house. Asked and recommended.
Just a question to the station chief in Williamstown, and maybe to the fire chief. I just noticed that there's only Lancaster on there, and I was under the impression that the associations had funded that themselves traditionally.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yes, Williamstown does do it as well, and I don't know if they all do it, but I think they all do something, one way, form or another. Some are a little larger than others. And you're right, Williamstown is traditionally, we've never asked for funds. We do it out of money that's raised in the community, and it's kind of our way of giving back to the community. So it's something for council to think about, that if you do provide this one, you may be looking at 5 stations that are all going to ask for the same thing, because that's just the way things work. Nobody's going to want to see one station get their Halloween candy paid for by the township and the rest having to do it out of their fundraising.
Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor Lang. Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I'm under the same impression that Williamstown operates the same as North Lancaster as well, or North Lancaster operates the same way. So I'd be all right removing that one, just based on, I think if we do it for one, we've got to do it for them all. So if next year all 5 stations come in asking for it, we can consider it then, but I think it wouldn't be fair for everyone else to be paying out of their fundraising dollars.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you. I don't believe Williamstown will be coming to us, because it takes away from the fact that this is us trying to give a little back to the community for all they've done to support us over the year. It would, in the way I'm thinking, it would turn it into the township giving back to the community rather than the association. And the association's got a really good working relationship with our community, so I prefer it not to be in there.
Okay, I'd also support that, so that one will go back to 0. Lancaster Firefighters Association, 1,500 requested, 1,500 recommended. That used to be run by the, a different group, right? So they've taken over. Deputy Mayor Lang?
Yeah, and I will support this one. The Firefighter Association Lancaster stepped up and took over the parade when the previous organization wasn't able to do it anymore. And it's something new and different, so I'd like to see that supported for now.
Councillor McDonnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I believe for past council's members, or for the three of us here, this request came to us late in the year, just when they discovered that they were going to be taking on all of the expense of organizing it, and I believe that 1,500 was earmarked anyways for insurance, I believe is what it was. So, for all intent, just a little bit of background for the newer members.
Thank you, Councillor McDonnell. So then that is asked and recommended are the same. Beyond 21, $9,000 requested, $4,000 recommended. Is that okay? Okay. Martintown Community Park and Recreation Association, $4,000 asked and nothing recommended. It is in lieu of grant. The group will be receiving $10,000 donation made to the township, so I guess it looks like a flow-through. Is that correct?
What did you call that, sorry?
Like a flow-through? Like
Oh,
money?
flow-through, yes, yes. We had a donation made for the purpose of giving it to the park, so they have plans to build a pavilion, so when they're ready, we'll give them the funds to make that happen.
Okay, Street Cats of Eden, $5,000 requested and 0 recommended. Deemed ineligible because the organization represents a special interest group helping cats on the basis of budgetary limitations. Did anybody have any thoughts towards that one? Okay, perfect. Then I guess have you noted all the changes? Thank you very much for your report and providing it in an easy to read and follow process. Thank you. So I will call the vote. So that will be as amended, moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Trevor Bougie. Be it resolved that Staff Report 43, 2023 be received and that the Council approves the grants and donations allocation as amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Sorry, I'm just going back up the agenda top. So the next is floodplain mapping. We had a good presentation about that last week, moved by Trevor Bougie, seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that Staff Report 44, 2023 be received and filed for information purposes. Ms. Haley?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. So as you mentioned, we had a special meeting of Council a couple of weeks ago to speak to this in more detail. The purpose of the staff report this evening is simply to receive and file. It's really more for documentation and for the public to be aware that we will be moving forward integrating our new mapping into our new zoning bylaw. As I mentioned at our previous meeting, there will be lots of opportunity for public consultation during the creation of the new bylaw, so that we'll do our best to inform the residents on how this may or may not impact them. But if there's any questions of council this evening, I can certainly answer them. And if not, I think you're now really well informed of our floodplains and how we manage and implement them in South Glengarry. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments of council? All right, I had read the motion. All those in favor? Any of opposed? Seeing none, carried. We'll move to award RFQ sewage cleaning and CCTV. Mr. Sagan will be coming up. Moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Stephanie Jaworski. Be it resolved that Staff Report 45, 2023 be received and that Council authorizes the Director of Water and Wastewater to award the sewage line cleaning and CCTV work to Veolia ES in accordance with their submission in the amount of $113,716, excluding HST. Mr. Sagan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, this evening, as you've stated, I am here for the sewage cleaning and CCTV. Veolia did come in at the cheapest, so we did go out for 6 different quotations from 6 different companies who could complete both the cleaning and the CCTV work. So on the cleaning side, it's a well-known maintenance to keep our systems in good shape, and also to keep the sewage flowing in the proper directions. Obviously, sewage is full of different debris over the years, so That's one of the main aspects. Also, the CCTV followed up. Anytime we do CCTV, in order to inspect our pipes, we need to clean it first. The CCTV is both from an asset perspective for future, as well as council knows, we have a lot of infiltration on our wastewater treatment plants. So this is a big step in order to find those the leaks. Just a quick note, Veolia did come in at $113,716 at the cheapest. They have done work similar in the past for us. So they are definitely well aware of what they're getting into and can complete the work. And just another quick comment, both Glen Walter and Green Valley came in at budget prices, but Lancaster did come in $24,000 over, and it's just due to the amount of pipe work that we're having cleaned and CCTV'd. So there is potential to touch the reserves, but with my next staff report, we should be able to balance the budget. That pretty much hits all of that for the staff report, if council is ready to award this work.
Are there any questions of council? I know that there's been great support around the table over many years to get that CCTV, so that will be great because we might be able to save on our, what's the word, lost water? There's a...
So this one's infiltration, and so it impacts our wastewater plants.
Great, so all those in favor as the motion is read? Carried. Now with the RFP 06-2023 lagoon dredging, moved by Stephanie Jaworski, seconded by Martin Lang, be resolved that staff report 46-2023 be received and that the council authorizes the Director of Water and Wastewater to award RFP 06-2023 to Wessuck Incorporated Contractor in accordance with their submission in the amount of $31,904.88, excluding HST. Mr. Sege?
So thank you again, Mr. Mayor, and as you stated, we did go out for an RFP 06-2023 for the lagoon dredging. So with this dredging project, we had budgeted $70,000 to do half of the lagoon. So after review of the 4 quotes that were submitted, each contractor was able to complete the work. Some of them a little quicker than others. So each contractor was also asked to submit what dredge they'd be using, how many liters per second they could pump, what their expected days in usage would be in order to clean the influent cell of our lagoon, which is fairly full at the moment. So we do have a large price range, but after review of each submission, it was decided that Wessuck would be able to complete the work. They did carry a very low mobilization and demobilization fee compared to the other 3 contractors. So we are recommending to go forward with Wessuck Inc.
Councillor McDonnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it was just a question in regards to it. I had no issue. Just 2 clarifications. One, in the resolution reads 31, and I'm assuming the price in the chart reads 36. I'm assuming 36.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so the price included HST in the first column.
And that's, I was wondering if it was just a little difference like that.
Yeah, and then it was 31 plus HST, which is the 36.
Perfect. The other thing I had was, I believe we had budgeted, was it, well, 70,000, and we had said at that time, we said do what we could for that price, correct? Do we want to, I guess, washing out the difference in the other side, are we going to have any extra funds that we could potentially do more dredging while we're at it? Or is there a limiting factor there that we're not aware of?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm looking at 31 and 24 over on the other. So there still will be another day or 2 of possible dredging if needed, and we'd still be we'd still be within this year's budget.
I don't know if there's consensus around the table to do the extra days. I'm assuming that we're only doing half of, say, Lancaster this year, half of our needs this year. We're going to have to do it again another year. If there's appetite around the table that just, while they're there, it's one less demobilization maybe, or?
So just to follow up to that, through you, Mr. Mayor, because we're going into our dormant cell lagoon, we can hold 40,000 cubes of liquid. I'm estimating just with the first 4 to 5 days of work that we'll have to re-look at it to see how much water we're sending over during this project. This is the first time we are dredging the Lancaster Lagoon, so there is a little bit of a learning curve to it, both from desludging it and from dewatering the secondary lagoon.
Maybe in that case, we can leave that to Mr. Seguin's discretion then at this point.
Yeah, just even thinking about it, the previous staff report touched on Lancaster reserves, which I believe are maintained to be the strongest. So like I don't see them essentially tied. So further to Councillor McDonnell's point is, it looks like at 31 plus net HST, you could probably do double the work and within the budget. And I think that's what you're kind of driving at, is if you can do more within the budget, please go ahead, but proceed as per Councillor McDonnell's recommendation, is to proceed with your guidance. So we'll approve this, and maybe an info report comes back if more is needed. But is that okay to council to accept this? And if a little bit more can get done within budget, then we leave that at your discretion. Of course, not just done, but like is prudent to do as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will take that forward.
Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Just for clarification, Mr. Segi, so the RFP was for almost 7,800 cubic meters, and they're saying they can do, just so I make sure I understand this chart, are they saying they can do 14,000 in 4 days for the 36?
Yes, they are.
So they're saying they can do double what we under budget and do double as well?
Yes. So we did send them the full lagoon dimensions in order to complete the work. They are saying they can do more than expected.
So you may not need any extras. They're almost saying they can do the whole thing for 36.
Yes, but like as I stated before, a bit of a determination factor is the dormant lagoon of how much we can transfer to it.
Whether you can hold it all at once.
Yes, exactly.
Without having to dry it out a bit first.
All right, and I would, because I know there's many lagoons, forward that good bit of information to your local colleagues, please. So the motion stands as it was read. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. We'll move to award procurement 02-2023 granular tender. Ms. McDonald, moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Trevor Bougie. Be it resolved that staff report 47, 2023 be received, and that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry award procurement 02-2023 for the supply and placement of granular materials to Green Infrastructure Paving in accordance with their submission for granular M at the unit cost of $13.85 per ton, with applied quantities to not exceed the approved budget of $350,000, and furthermore, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign all applicable documents. Ms. McDonald?
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, this is to award a granular tender, which we use this granular for our loose top resurfacing program. Through this procurement, we did put out a map showing what roads we are going to be targeting. They were generally in the northern section and the southwestern quadrant of the township. The big, I suppose, the elephant in the room is that it came in way over budget for what we had asked for. However, to temper some worry perhaps, last year, the township attempted to hit the low rate of 34,000 tons applied, and we managed to do about 28,000 tons. I would think that we have a few efficiencies that we found. Our operators are getting a bit quicker because they've been here a whole nother year, so we might get to 30,000 tons. I'm not sure we could expend up to 35,000 tons this year. I mean, we hope to get there, so when council's looking at this and thinking, well, you know, we're 10,000 tons under, that's what we would hope to achieve, but realistically, I would expect to get in the 30,000 tons. We have budget for 25,000 tons, and I'm really hoping that we will find efficiencies through some of our other contracts, fingers crossed, that we might be able to, as we're going through the work, make up the difference. So I'm hoping that council will award, and I did check with the low bid, and it is a unit price contract, sorry. And so it's not based on the tonnage that we'd put out. I'd also like to point out that in 2022, our price per ton was $10.60, and in 2023, we're at $13.85. So that's an increase of over $3 a ton, and this is kind of in line with what we've been seeing across the board. So I'm mostly just assuring council that 25,000 tons isn't a huge decrease in what we've been doing in the past, but it's not quite where we want to be. And next year, I'm hoping we'll have better estimates and the budget will reflect the 35,000 tons. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Thank you, Ms. McDonald, for the report and the clarification about how, like, historically, how much we typically apply. And certainly, I would like to try and hit that 30,000 tons this year. So I don't, and certainly if there is, you know, projects that come under budget, that would be great to try and move those dollars to something like this. So I'm wondering if maybe, though, we don't need to then update the resolution so that, because I think if the way it's written now, I don't think you would be able to move money into the, I think I'm correct?
The way it reads says
Yeah,
$350,000, so it's.
So I don't know how, I'm not entirely sure how I would suggest to rewrite it, but basically I would like to give you that extra room that if you can find money in other efficiencies to be able to apply it here.
I'm
Through you,
just
Mr.
wondering
Mayor.
if-
Oh, I was going to say, I would just strike from with applied quantities to not exceed the approved budget, and it should be fine. Just award at the unit price with no upset.
Councillor McDonald, do you have a thought to that?
Not necessarily to the resolution. I was just going to say, myself and I know the deputy mayor have seen a bunch of the roads recently and ran into some of the roads crew out on the roads and doing some fine work. The feared gravel reclaimer was out, and actually I thought we were following a grader for a while, so it was doing a very fine job today actually. And just, I guess, a kudos to your roads crew. They were out working hard today and have been all along, but just a kudos to them and the work that we were seeing. The roads, actually, we compared our neighbors to the north and ourselves, and we are doing pretty well in comparison anyways. And I just, one comment I wanted to make was, I don't want to see us skipping on the, on gravel on roads. One year, if we're cutting it back a little bit, all of a sudden we're that much further behind next year, and we do have some roads that are a lot nicer than some of our other ones, and, you know, there's definitely some, if there's extra gravel, there's definitely some roads that could use it. So I guess my point would be, don't skip on them too far, because I really don't think we can afford to go backwards, because it's $13.40 this year, $13.85. It might be $14.10 next year, so let's not dwell on that too much yet.
Okay, if I just may, just on the resolution side of things, if we want to apply that rate to 30,000 tons, we can change that number of 350. It would be 415,500 would be the number to do 30,000. So that's an option. But I'll Deputy Mayor Lang. Oh, and then we have Mr. Jane with his hand up behind you. So Deputy Mayor Lang, then Mr. Jane.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I'll echo what Councillor McDonald said about the roads and the roads crew. I was pleasantly surprised. We're in the thick of the spring thaw, and most of the roads we drove today were in fine shape, I think, as far as gravel roads go. Now, we'll see Wednesday after this big rain, but we can't control the weather. Back to the task at hand, I would like to see us put closer to the 30 down than the 35, or than the 25 rather, but I am very conscious this year of our budget. I think we need to maybe make the statement that this is about a 30% increase in 1 year, as I know some of our residents were not thrilled with a 6.8% increase in their taxes, but this is the kind of thing we're dealing with, 30% increases in 1 year to a necessity. We can't just not gravel our roads, you know. So I'm okay with the 25, and if you can find extra to go higher, I'm willing to support that, but to keep within our budget.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jane?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. If I could just provide a recommendation on the resolution, my recommendation would be to pass the resolution as presented, and as further projects and tenders come in under budget, we can then pass further resolutions to move those budgetary dollars into the granular budget to supplement it over the $350,000 if and when those projects come under budget. Thank you.
Okay, and I did have one citizen tell me that at some point somebody has to say no to inflation. So if we have this as 350, we're sending a clear signal to providers that, we're not just going to continue saying yes. So this is kind of how that expectation that you can't just continually increase things by 30%, municipalities are going to start saying no. So I think that's a great statement for us to say we could also stop paying, Councilor McDonnell just said the utilities as well. So I'll keep the staff report as read, so all those in favor as it was read. So the next one is for, sorry, I skipped down, I'll just read the resolution. So moved by Trevor Bougie, seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that staff report 48, 2023 be received and that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry chooses one. Option A, award procurement 05, 2023 to Spectra Advertising in accordance with their submission of $42,132, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign any relevant documents. Or option B, not award procurement 05, 2023 for the installment of enhanced hamlet signage. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, and as council will remember, this is related to the enhanced hamlet signage that was authorized by council to be purchased in 2021, and it arrived last August. Last August to our township garage. Last August, we weren't in a position to get them up. Contractors weren't responding to us, and our work program was full. So we planned to get these signs up this year. As I said, there are 40 of them, so if we do it in-house, it's kind of a 3-week endeavor for 3 or more of our staff, and that's something that we just cannot accommodate as a 40 sign installation. So we went out and we requested quotes. We went broadly, had a great response. We had seven respondents, prices across the board. I don't know if anyone was watching, but I read them out largest to smallest, and I nearly had a heart attack as I was going through them. The way the contract or procurement documents were written, it was definitely a low price contract, and it says that the township reserves the right to not consider anything within 40% in either direction of the average price. And there was no one on the low side that we could, or the high, really the high side, it doesn't really matter, but just there wasn't really an opportunity to narrow in the discussion. So we had a low price bid from Spectra Advertising. I reached out to their references and they were excellent. However, $42,132 is almost twice the budget, or $200,000 over the budget, which makes it a difficult ask. So I suppose staff is recommending not awarding this, and perhaps staff and administration can pick away at these signs one by one. I don't think that I want this at the expectation that we could get all 40 in this year, but perhaps a lesser number. This was also put out at unit price contract, sorry. So I have unit prices for supply and for removal and install. And those were wildly different across the board. So I think people were putting mobilization in one or the other. So it was difficult to even assess in the unit prices of these contracts.
Thank you. I saw Deputy Mayor Lang, Councillor Bougie, Councillor Jaworski, and Councillor McDonnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I'm surprised I beat Councillor McDonnell. He's usually quick with the hand there. Anyway, I agree with, thank you for the staff report. I agree with you. And then back to what the mayor says, we sometimes just going to have to say no. We budget a certain amount, and we just can't have every single tender come in over budget and accept them. So I'm going to vote no to passing this. But my thought is, and I'm just throwing it out there to see what everybody else thinks about it. I appreciate the 2-3 people that come in under $50,000, especially when some of them are well over $100,000. So my thought would be to, it's under what, the 40,000 or whatever that we can do without going to RFP. Why can we not go to say the 2 lowest or something and say, how many signs would you be willing to do for 27.5 or whatever our budget was? I can't remember now, but 27.5. So go to them and say, how many signs can you do for 27.5? And then staff can make a decision on who they want to hire to do that, and then pick away at the remaining ones ourselves. That's my recommendation.
Councillor Bougie?
Through Mr. Mayor, yeah, I was I mean, with our budget being so tight, it is very difficult to award this being so much over. My question was to Ms. McDonald on how much they think, how many signs you think you could do. Because I would hate to see these signs just sitting in a garage somewhere and not being put up. So, I mean, either way, I'd like to see them put up. I do like Deputy Mayor Lang's suggestion of possibly maybe having one of these companies do a portion and maybe we finish the rest of them, and maybe have a priority of the most visible, highest traffic, where they'll be seen the most, have a priority on those and then work your way down. But how much do you think we could do realistically?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's really tough to say. We think that we could do two or three a day, which doesn't sound like a lot, but this is not, it's not what we do. Like, we're not sign installers. That's certainly having I can't see Mr. Sagar, the valve trailer when it comes in will make us maybe a bit faster than we've been before, but there'll be a learning curve there. So let's say we get, a free day every 3 weeks. I don't know, like 10, 12.
Thank you. Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. And I mean, just based on the discussion we just had about the granular, I'm as much as, like this sign project's been on the books for a while. I mean, it was awarded, I mean, we put them out, we got the signs last year, but we've been talking about it for some time before that. So as much as it pains me to not get them up right away, this is a lot of money to put up all these signs. And I think it would be, probably better if we're gonna have to pay an outside for something, I'd rather pay for granular than pay for the service of the installation of the signs. So I'd be fine with us doing it completely in-house at a slower rate, a slower pace, targeting the high priority ones. But I'm not against the idea of having a contractor do some of them. But again, I'd like to try and put the money to things that we know are musts on the infrastructure side, and then try and putter away at the rest internally. Thanks.
Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I'm of the mind, I think of the deputy mayor in the sense of see if you can get an idea of what they can do, and I would start by prioritizing. If say you said 40, say they can only do about 30 for that dollar figure, or 25, I'd be very specific which ones we want done. For example, the Williamstown ones here are within 5 years old. They probably don't need to be changed just yet. I know it's nice to have them all branded the same, but let's at least get a little more life out of them, especially the community spends so much money and time putting them in. But for example, Green Valley or North Lancaster, for example, is falling down. Bridge End is missing. They go out and name off about 15 of them that need to be changed, and maybe the ones that need to be changed, we do right away, and we pick at the rest of them after. And even if we came in under budget for those 15, it's not the end of the world. Yes.
All right, thank you. So the direction seems to be then use the 27,000 and then prioritize what you can do there. Does that, as long as it falls within the procurement bylaw, which I think $30,000 is under the CAO's threshold, so we'll have to get some direction there in the next 2 weeks. And then additionally, we might want to revisit, sorry for that. We might want to revisit our procurement policy, because I know some of the other municipalities are upwards of 150,000, as long as it's budgeted and within budget. So I don't know if those are our numbers, but it's something that could come back, because it would expedite these types of things. So I'm going to read it again, and I'll read option B then. So moved by Trevor Bougie, seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that staff report 48/2023 be received into the Council of the Township of South Glengarry. Option B, not award procurement 05/2023 for the installation of enhanced hamlet signage. All those in favor? Any of opposed? Seeing none, carried. We will now move on to Charland Rec Center advertisement agreement renewal. Ms. Servage. And then, so the resolution is moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Stephanie Jaworski. Be it resolved that staff report 49/2023 be received, and that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry enter into the 2023-2024 advertising agreements with the Junior B Rebels, Charland Minor Hockey, and the Charland Skating Club, and furthermore that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign all applicable documents. Ms. Servage.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, this first report is for the advertisement agreement renewal. So you'll see in the report the current agreements that are in place and what each organization is allocated for Junior B Rebels, Charlotte Minor Hockey, and the Charlotte Skating Club. So I have met with these organizations and back at the end of February, and we came to an agreement here on what they would like to see. They discussed their interest in adding more arena board advertisement space, more in-ice logos, and for the ice resurfacer. So we did, myself and our lead hand, we did find 11 more additional spaces that could be become advertisement spaces on the boards, filling in the gaps between the ads that are there in the more visible spots, and then kind of on the ends. Now, in order to accommodate that, the current puck board needs to be replaced with thinner puck board and then Lexan on top so the ads can go in between. It just makes a seamless approach. Now, the initial investment to get those boards, that material, would cost the township about $4,000, which I've put in the report can fit within our operational budget. But just so that you're aware, it's that initial cost for us to put out so that they could put more ads up. So I do include in here what would kind of be added for them with this new agreement. So the Rebels, they would have 5 more ads on the boards, another one in an in-ice logo. Charlotte Minor Hockey and Skating Club, they would both get 3 more, or they would get 3 ads each on the boards, an additional in-ice logo each, and then each a 0.5 advertisement on the ice resurfacer. And then also something else that I have discussed with the Charlotte Skating Club is for the township to remove our township logo in the center ice and put the skating club in there just for them to have their presence, because their skating club booth was kind of removed when we did the renovations, and they just wanted to have some sort of presence, and that's kind of what I had recommended. The township logo could be put somewhere else in the arena. So they seemed happy about that as well. Again, this will obviously be an agreement that's renewed every year just as we're changing, and maybe it'll stay the same for the next 5 years, but it will come forward to council each year. So that's all I have for that report.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Lang, Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thank you, Serge, for, excuse me, for dropping my pen. Thank you for doing this and meeting with the organizations. I have not received one call or complaint. Last time we did, so I'm thinking you must have done a good job. So I'm in favor of it. The only question I have is, we have brand new boards. Why do we have to change the puck board? Did we miss something there that we could have done, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So when the current material that's on the boards right now was ordered, that was January 2022 when we had first started our arena project. This agreement was brought forward to council back in June last year. So at that time, when the order was placed, the material was ordered, at that time, Junior B had 30 board ads, and that's how it was, how we saw it and what they were going to have for the future. And then everything kind of started coming up, and then we renewed the agreement, and that's whenever, it was determined that there might be more board ads. And at that time, when things were ordered in January, it wasn't that, we were going to have more board ads than we do now, and we were going to put all thinner puck board and Lexan on all of them to accommodate board ads. So it was the timing of it. So yeah, it's unfortunate that now we're at this point where we do have new boards, but it's just the position we're in, so.
Just to follow up, since it only has 1 season on it, is it worth anything to anybody else?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, those are boards that we could probably be using at our outdoor rinks to replace, depending on sizing. Now, I will mention, a lot of them that are being replaced here, they're smaller, they're just the little in-between ads for the most part. Some of the corner ones are bigger, but they're not that big, so we could reach out to some of the outdoor rink volunteers, or our guys can certainly do an inventory and see, where it could be used. So the other thing too is, it's always good for us to have spare puck board, because if puck were ever to go through the board, which I haven't seen that happen here, but other arenas, and kind of on the spot, the guys have to take out the puck board and put new puck board in right on the spot. So it's good for us to have spares as well.
Thank you, Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Thank you, Ms. Servage, for this. I'm sure it was a lot of work, and I know it was a lot of work to set this up initially, but I'm really pleased with how this is going. I mean, recognizing it's a lot of work for you, but you know, I think this is like huge progress considering where we were a few years ago, where there was no like agreement, and it was a much more kind of disorganized, I suppose. So I think this is really great, and I also did not have any complaints about it. So I know that the other major user groups here in the arena are quite a bit happier with how things are running. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much. So the motion as read, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. So we'll go to RFP 03 2023 MP Poirier Park Play Structure, moved by Stephanie Jaworski, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that staff report 50 2023 be received and that RFP 03 2023 for the MP Poirier Park Play Structure be awarded to playground planners as per their submission of $57,923.74 plus HST, and furthermore that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign all applicable documents. Ms. Servage?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so the township issued the RFP 03-2023 back in February, and it closed in March. We only received one supplier submission. Thankfully, in the RFP, we stipulate that they could submit 2 options, so it gives us, you know, more design options if the supplier wishes to submit 2. We have reached out to the MP Poirier Park Community Group, and they've also agreed on this option 1. The only thing that was highlighted through their submission was that we did stipulate in the RFP we wanted it installed by the end of August. Now they have indicated that it will likely be in October. I think that's just, they have limited installers, and I've put in my report here that that's been a challenge across the industry as well, which I know that's another reason why we are seeing limited submissions. So yeah, so through the RFP process, we did consult with the community group, and we'll continue to work with them on fundraising initiatives. But at this point, yeah, we're looking to award it to option 1.
All right, anybody have any thoughts or comments on this particular one? Councillor McDonnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, thank you for bringing this, and again, I'm glad to see that you're consulting with these community groups. It was unfortunate that we had to take the former play structure down on very short notice when it failed the safety inspection, and I know a lot of people like to dwell in the good old days where you could have a rusty old slide and get away with it, but now we just don't get that liberty anymore. And I think 1 year, I think the kids and the community members will be pretty happy with the turnaround. As far as the install date, I don't think there's anything we can do. As you said, there's been one playground submission. We saw delays too in North Lancaster, even when the date was set ahead of time. It just seems to be a fact of life. I think roll with it, and maybe we'll get lucky and somebody else won't be ready for theirs and they can come do ours ahead of schedule, but fingers crossed.
All right, then seeing the motion as read, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Now move to award of RFP 07 2023 canteen services at the Charland Rec Center. Moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Trevor Bougie. Be it resolved that staff report 51 2023 be received and that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry award RFP 07 2023 for canteen services at the Charland Recreation Center to Snack Shack Canteen as per their submission of $300 per month plus HST, and furthermore that the mayor and clerk are authorized to sign all relevant documents. Ms. Servage?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. We issued this RFP in March, and it closed at the end of March. We had one submission, the Snack Shack Canteen. The contract is for 1 ice rental season from September to the end of March. This Snack Shack Canteen, their submission stipulated that they are available to operate nights and weekends, and during any weekday daytime special events, they would be available as well, such as hockey tournaments. Obviously, a formalized agreement will be made with them that will outline all the requirements, such as their hours of operation and services provided. But they were our only submission, and we are recommending that we move forward with them.
Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you, Mayor McDonald, through you, and thank you for this one. And I'm sorry, I didn't ask this question ahead of time. But it's great that someone has applied, but I'm just wondering how, in terms of the agreement, does it impact if some of the user groups, like whether it be Junior Bee Rebels or other groups, have food? Like sometimes they bring in their own food. I'm just wondering how, and I know there might have been some friction about that in the past. I'm just wondering how that, you see that working in a new world.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I have worked at other places where the agreement with the canteen and the organizations that are out of that arena, you know, there's an agreement with the canteen that, and the organizations that, you know, you have to go through the canteen for those services. So if, you know, minor hockey wants to do a fundraiser and sell chili or something in the lobby, then they would have to go through the canteen to ask for permission, and then it's kind of up to them to say yes or no. That's an option that we could go with. I was speaking with our other staff, and I am aware that there were issues in the past, you know, with selling food and maybe similar food that's sold out of the canteen. We obviously want to keep our canteen operators happy, and you know, if they're selling something, we don't want another person, you know, giving it away for free or for a different amount of money. So yeah, we would probably be putting it in the contract agreement that that type of fundraising would have to go through the canteen. And we are prepared to be working with the other organizations so that they're aware of this change. Obviously, we have the hall upstairs, so that makes it a bit different. You know, if there's a private event going on up here, then that's different. But if it's a fundraising event and they're selling something that could be sold downstairs, there might be a conflict with that.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? No, it's good to see a canteen be open. I think we can all be happy for that. There are other municipalities. I was talking to the mayor of North Dundas today, and he mentioned there was one that has been closed for 18 years just because they're looking for $1,800 per month, and they're not getting it. So we're glad to have Snack Shack in, because canteens and hockey go together. I couldn't imagine playing a hockey game without asking my mom for $2 for a slush puppy back in the day. So seeing the resolution as read, all those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. All right, award RFP 08-2023 Peanut Line Trail Options Analysis. Moved by Trevor Bougie, seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that staff report 52-2023 be received in the RFP 08-2023 for the Peanut Line Trail Options Analysis be awarded to WSP as per their submission of $38,510 plus HST, and furthermore that the mayor and the clerk be authorized to sign all applicable documents. Ms. Servidge?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this RFP was issued in March as well and closed at the end of March. This project will include a lot of consultation, as council is aware, with the municipality, residents, user groups, or users, and adjacent landowners. The consultants will outline clear, short, and long-term plans for the trail. They will also provide an analysis of best practices for road and recreational trail intersections, as we know that is something that we're dealing with right now with the trail and motorized vehicles. They'll provide guidance on agreements with users and adjacent landowners. We did receive 3 submissions, however, the one did not meet the requirements of the RFP, but we did receive 2. I will mention they were 2 very, very good submissions, and I didn't take this decision lightly because I know this is you know, a very important project that we're going to be working on, and I believe that, you know, based on the evaluation matrix that WSP, you know, they bring a project team that has a lot of relative experience. Currently, they're working on a rail trail feasibility study for the North Grenville Township. They've also completed their Trails Master Plan in 2019, so obviously they're bringing them back on for more work. Their references were really great as well. So yeah, we are recommending that we go with WSP. The initial public consultation will, you know, it looks like we're going to start right away, which is great, and council will be able to have an opportunity to be involved throughout the process. So.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this one? All right, then seeing the resolution as read, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Thank you, Mr. Vidge. So now we'll be moving to 7K, appoint court of revision, Filion Drain. Ms. Compo. So moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Stephanie Jaworski. Be it resolved that staff report 56, 2023 be received, that the council appoint the following members of council to the Court of Revision for the Filion Drain Engineers Report. So we select 3 of ourselves. Ms. Compo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. The report that's before council this evening comes on the heels of our special meeting earlier tonight at 5 o'clock regarding the Filion Drain. So the next step in the process with the engineer's report is that there will be a period of time now where landowners who are affected can apply or submit an appeal. And then after a certain amount of time, we will hold what is called the Court of Revision under the Drainage Act. And that is essentially a committee that is made up of 3 members of council who will hear the appeals. And I believe with the Court of Revision, it is strictly appeals regarding the assessments. And so those 3 members who are appointed to this committee would then hear any appeals, make a decision, and then we move on to the next phase of the process.
Okay, so I guess we're looking to appoint 3 people. Is there anybody who does not want to do it or that does want to do it specifically? Who would like to do it? Okay, does anybody not want to do it? And then would anybody be opposed if I put myself as that 3rd person? I saw how confidently the 2 of you spoke in the ag land. I have done municipal drains on the administration side, but I'm also willing for somebody else to take that if they want. Are you 2 amenable to me being with you? Okay. So then I'll read that staff report again. Moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Stephanie Jaworski. Be it resolved that staff report 56, 2023 be received and that the council appoint the following members of council to the Court of Revision for the Filion Drain Engineers Report. Lachlan McDonald, Martin Lang, and Sam McDonnell. All those in favor? Any of opposed? Seeing none, carried. So items for consideration. Options for the business and community awards. I don't have a resolution, eh? No, there's no resolution. Oh. Thank you.
Good evening.
Sorry, without a resolution, I'm sometimes lost. Please proceed.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor. So on the last council meeting on March 20th, I think it was, you had asked for some options for the Business and Community Awards Gala. And so I prepared a report and distributed it to you, just outlining like the process behind the planning for the gala, and just 3 options that I found that you might want to consider. This is based on doing some research from people who do my role with different varying titles at other municipalities in the area, plus across Canada, and even for fun, I checked out what people do in Australia, UK. It's very common to have the lower tier of government have an awards event like this. They are often formal sit-down events. However, there are some changes happening throughout different areas where they're taking some different approaches. I found that some of them have obviously quite large budgets because the activities that they have at their event include live music and all kinds of presentations and like live artists and all kinds of very elaborate things. So those are things that I kind of put aside, and I put 3 options here. I'm not sure if you have any questions for me on the options, or you wanted me to speak to any of the options?
If you could highlight just the 3 options while we're here, if you have any thoughts towards them, I'm okay with it. Or does a council have an opinion that they wish to have that conversation? Or a question? Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you, through Mayor McDonald. Thank you, Jennifer, for the report. So just to make sure that I'm reading this through correctly, in terms of the different options, am I right in that the breakfast option is the most cost-effective and the least burden on
Yes.
staff? And maybe if you
Yes,
could
that would be
speak to that a bit in comparison to the other two options?
Absolutely. So I did an evaluation of the costs of the different events, and last year's a bit of an anomaly. It cost us just over $20,000 to put on the event, and we made $19,000 and change. But that's an anomaly. Typically, we don't have 28 sponsors, but we did not have the gala on last year's budget. Therefore, I had to spend a lot of time soliciting sponsors. So that took a great deal of time because you solicit the sponsors and then you have to manage the sponsors as in getting their logo files, you know, making sure they're invoiced, making sure they pay their invoices and so on and so forth. And then whether they're taking their complimentary tickets or not, that kind of thing. So I would not recommend putting ourselves in that type of position if we can possibly avoid it, just because it doesn't seem like the best use of staff time. But that was, given the situation, I wasn't sure how well it would come out, so I worked really hard to get a lot of sponsorships. Typically, that option, the gala option, we would need at minimum $10,000 like net costs, because we could get quite a bit of funding back. Like it might cost us $20,000, but we could easily make $10,000 between sponsorships and ticket sales. So just because the budget line says it's $20,000, yes it is, but we also have offsetting revenue to consider. And then the wine and cheese would be a pared down event, but correspondingly, you have a lot of the same activities that you would for the gala, only your costs are lower, but also your revenue potential is lower, because you can't charge the same amount for the event tickets and you can't ask for the same amounts of dollars in sponsorship because it's just not as robust of an event. So, and then option 3 is something that I have seen some other areas do, where they have simply like a mayor's breakfast that's just for like the award winners and council to come together, and it's presentation of awards after like a buffet style breakfast. So it's more, I guess, like a personal approach and personal thank yous to the people for their contributions to the community. So it does have that benefit that it's a little bit more personal with yourself, Mr. Mayor, and council members. So it is an approach that is being taken in some areas. So like option 1 and 2 both include sponsorships and a lot of the same planning. And where you gain in one area, you take up more in another. So it's not a huge difference in the amount of work it takes, but the last option 3 takes the least amount of work because it wouldn't require you soliciting sponsors and that sort of thing. It would pare down the sponsorships, it would take away the ticket sales, and those 2 items, like it says, it accounts for about 50% of my time for the whole event planning is sponsorships and managing ticket sales.
Deputy Mayor Lang and then Councillor McInnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Thanks, Jennifer, for the report. You answered a lot of my questions. Mine was a lot on the finances. So I'd kind of originally thought maybe wine and cheese would be a cheaper event, but I think you're proving me wrong here. And it's an expensive enough event for people to, the winners, you know, want to invite their family and so forth. And tickets last year, I believe, were $100 a piece.
Yes.
And, you know, so if you want 8 or 10 family members to come and celebrate with you with your award, you know, you're looking, you know, get a couple of free tickets, but you're looking at $800 to $1,000 to bring your family to this thing. So that's why I'd been thinking of the wine and cheese. But in the wine and cheese, I guess you might not even, typically we don't even sell tickets to that. It would be maybe more costly for us. So anyway, I appreciate the options, and I'm assuming we get a little bit of time to think about this. There's no resolution, so we don't have to make a decision tonight, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Councillor McInnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the presentation, Jennifer. I'll agree with Deputy Mayor. I'm not ready to make a decision, and yeah, I never really thought how much the cost difference might be, or how little the cost difference might be between putting on a wine and cheese and the regular event. I will just say I was happy to see an option for a mayor's breakfast put in there as well, just because I know North Dundas, I believe, does it that way, and it's well attended. But no, I appreciate your report, and definitely something to think about as we move forward with this, and hopefully we can have it back in a timely manner, just given if we are going to be moving forward. Breakfast is obviously probably easier to schedule than a dinner, but still, for catering purposes, it's, if we're going one way or another.
Councillor Bougie?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. And I mean, when Mayor McLeod was mayor, I remember we did have a mayor's breakfast at St. Mary's Center, but it wasn't to award really the volunteers. It was more of an update as a township, but very well attended. I'm just thinking here, like the wine and cheese, we do one for the Giving Tuesday. I'm wondering if we could do maybe potentially a combined event at that time, because we're already doing a wine and cheese, and maybe we can, you know, announce the winners at that time maybe, or we can alternate doing it that year for that, and then a sit-down meal another year, because we're already doing the wine and cheese already. So I don't know if that would be easier or harder, but I don't know if that was considered, but.
Ms. Servage?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I just speaking to the combining with the volunteer wine and cheese. I'm not sure the amount of attendees, that come to the Business Awards Gala, but we had quite a few attendees to our volunteer wine and cheese last year, and I wouldn't recommend combining them because of the amount of people that we would already have for the volunteer event. I think post-COVID, just because we didn't have a cap on people coming, it was pretty full up here, so.
No, that's good consideration. Mrs. Haley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, just a couple of additional comments. As I'm not sure if I would agree with combining the events as well, further to what Ms. Servage said, but not only that, I think it's important to recognize our volunteers and thank them for what they do for the community, and maybe not combine the two events because they are very different or different recommendations. I know some council members indicated they're not ready to make a decision this evening. If you don't mind, I'd like to put a little pressure on you that maybe we could have the decision made by the next meeting, only because it's difficult to book a caterer. And what we experienced last year was many events started happening because of COVID coming to an end, and so many weddings were rescheduled that were postponed that it was very difficult to find a caterer, and we ended up spending more money because we didn't have a lot of choices of catering, and that was one of the reasons why our tickets were priced at the $100 mark. So the earlier we book a caterer, potentially we could have savings in that maybe bring it down to the $50 mark, which has been in the past, which becomes more affordable for the winners and to bring their family members and friends. So, and what we could do, if council's agreeable to this, if you have time to think about it, you could always, we can continue the conversation maybe through an email. I don't necessarily feel we need a full, so we will bring a staff report back to council. And, but if you have questions, you can email us and let us know your thoughts, and then we'll have the report ready. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for highlighting the need for a decision in shortish order. I know there was one thing that we had discussed too, was having a slight, like in a low council meeting, and then having a slight something after that. I don't know, perhaps that was not deemed as effective as these individual things, but to help with staff to bring back a staff report, because they'd be looking for some direction. Is there any event that we, on that, it looks like probably not the big gala, like we don't need to look at that option, or are all options kind of on the table? We just need to think about it a little bit longer. I'm not trying to be, just trying to give some guidance to staff, because they can come back with a similar staff report, just if there's any strong inclinations for or against something. Councillor Bougie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I do like the gala idea. It was just, the cost was fairly, you know, it was difficult for a $100 ticket. A lot of people weren't able to attend that probably wanted to attend. So if we could get that lower, I'd definitely be in favor of number one, like the $50 mark, like Ms. Haley had mentioned. But that's just my thoughts.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can I make a comment on that? Like Joanne touched on, yes, the ticket prices were $100 because our plate prices were like 80-something plus tax, right? So we didn't have much choice when we didn't have like a lot of budget dollars to do it, and that was like, we didn't have a selection of vendors to go with, right? But however, in different circumstances, we definitely have enough revenue to make sure that the ticket prices can be more around the $50 mark. It's not a question of we'll never be able to have that. If we have our choice of like different pricing for catering and, you know, we get decent sponsorship, we will be able to have the $50 tickets.
Okay. I suppose then, is it possible to get catering price, like get an idea of the ticket price before, or is that, it takes a lot to gear up?
You can't, I'm not sure how to explain this, but you can't, it's hard to set your ticket prices before you get your catering prices, and it's hard to figure out where sometimes like last year, your ticket prices also had to reflect the fact that you didn't have budget dollars, right? So it really does depend, and if you had more sponsorships, it might change your ticket prices. It fluctuates with your sponsorships and whatever pricing you get from caterers.
Councillor McDonnell?
Can we just make a suggestion that within the next week and a half, maybe we talk amongst ourselves and send our suggestions over to Ms. Haley and go from there?
I think that's prudent, because right now that would help with the direction, so, okay, great. Yeah, talk amongst ourselves without quorum. The clerk is letting us, reminding us, yeah. So perfect. We'll provide you email feedback then.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And thank you for your time. So strategic planning, the community survey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. As council is aware, typically in the year following a municipal election, we go through a strategic planning process and exercise. And the purpose of that is to establish council's goals for the term. And it really sets a roadmap for administration in our decision-making and the reports that come forward for council. And it's a roadmap for you as well in determining your budget and the projects that you want to see move forward. So given we had a municipal election in October, we will be looking to having a strategic planning exercise in a couple months' time. It's presently scheduled for, I believe, June 9th and 10th, if I'm not mistaken. And so leading up to that strategic planning exercise, we'd like to engage the community, get some feedback from the community so that council may take those opinions into consideration in forming your goals and your strategy for the next 3.5 years. So attached to this report is a draft survey that we'd like to get out into the community sooner than later to give some time for that feedback to come in. Back in 2019, when we went through strategic planning, we did a survey as well that was championed by our then treasurer. And we did get great participation, so we'd like to engage in that again. Certainly open to some feedback from council if you'd like to see anything else added here or any revisions, a change of direction. That's why it's before you this evening, so that you can provide some input before we move forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. I'm very happy to see this pre-work happening for a strategic plan because it is so important for our time over our term. So in terms of the survey, it's natural for me to go to kind of compare it to the one that we did back in 2019. And, because I thought that information, I still look back on it, and I still view it as extremely, you know, it was extremely valuable. And so in terms of the survey that's being proposed this time, things that maybe seem to be, there's a lot of great questions, but in terms of what might be missing, and I know certainly for myself, discussion of like service levels for different services that we offer. I know with the one last time, there were some pretty specific questions about like winter roads cleaning and fire, and I thought that information was, those questions yielded some interesting information. So I guess I was hoping, I mean, I'm not saying to repeat exactly the old one, but I felt that there were some service level items in that one that I feel are sort of missing in this one. So I would like to see that. But beyond that, you know, what's important to me is how we get it out there, and how do we make sure lots of people respond to it to make the reach as broad as possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. My question was almost exactly along those lines. I want to know just how important they think snow plowing is, how important they think the grading is, how important it is for them to have hard top or gravel, this sort of thing, you know, just the things that are costing us a lot of money. We need to know what their thoughts are on them, and how much emphasis we need to put on those things. So I think that's, it has to be in there in a way, you know, and we've listed, you know, we asked them for their top 3 issues. You know, we say aging infrastructure, you know, but, you know, maybe their top issue is my road should be plowed 3 times in a day instead of once or twice or whatever we have time to get to, you know. So we want to know those things. We may not be able to afford to do them all, but we need to at least know that. So, and just maybe on a little lighter note, when we ask our age, you're 75 or old. I think you mean older.
Typo.
And maybe you are old if you're over 75. I'm getting there.
Ms. Campo or Mrs. Campo?
Thank you. Before you move on to any additional questions, through you, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, if I address Deputy Mayor Lang and Councillor Jaworski's comments. I anticipated that comment, and so just to give a little bit of context as to why the questions are maybe a little higher level this time around, is that we were looking at approaching it from a more overarching strategic perspective, and not so in the weeds operational context. That said, if that's the information that's important to council, we can certainly make some revisions there and add some of those questions that get more down to the operational aspects.
Go Deputy Mayor Lang and then Councillor McDonnell.
Thank you, and you just kind of follow up on that. I understand what you're saying, and I'm okay with that. I think we need to know both. We need to know if they want us, you know, maybe they want us down in the weeds a little more, and a little more emphasis, you know, and less on the, you know, the more grand things, or the, you know, the overarching things. So I want to know what's important to them. I mean, I think as council, we definitely have to be thinking of them all, but it really is helpful to know where the community's at on them too.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Ms. Campo. I like the structure of it as it is. I'd like 1 or 2 additional questions along those same lines, down in the weeds, mostly because we did them the last time, and I'd like to see if we've made any change. If people have seen a change in one, or maybe they feel a service in another department has declined, or whatever the case may be. I think if you asked in 2019 what people's priority were, might have been a little different between whether it was water rates or something with one of the departments. Now maybe it's something else that we're not hearing about or missing, and I'd like to, maybe a little self-gratification that maybe we made a difference in the last 4 years.
Councillor Bougie, and thank you, Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd agree, something along those lines, maybe just asking, do you live on a granular road? Do you think it's well maintained and have the different options? Or do you live on a hardtop road? Do you think it's well maintained? Something like that. But I do like the fact that the end, you do have a box for additional feedback or suggestions as well. So they're always open to include their comments there, which is nice.
go ahead. Okay. Counselor Jaworski?
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Yeah, one thing, I don't want to start going through, oh, this question and that question, but maybe one thing that I would like is when folks, like, we live in South Glengarry, I think it'd be helpful to know, like, what hamlet folks are replying from, because I think, you know, sometimes, you know, certain of our communities are super active and get their word in, and other ones less so. And also, someone's feedback on snow clearing or whatnot could be very different based on, you know, if they're in Lancaster Heights or if they're in Glen Walter. So I think, kind of, if you know, if that's something specific that I would like to have in there.
If I could offer, through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could offer another comment from putting my communications, corporate communications hat on. The other thing we want to be cognizant of as well is to not have too many questions getting, and in the pursuit of getting that information, you lose people's interest real fast with these sorts of things. So we definitely want to find that balance and not have too many questions, because then you're going to run into a situation where someone's got to run out the door and I don't have time for this, and they exit out before they finish. So certainly though, I do think there's been some good feedback provided, and we can make some revisions.
So I'll go to Counselor Bougie, and then maybe we can, if you don't mind, provide maybe your top 3 questions to Kelly in an email, and then liaise back, or are you looking for wanting to provide more direction on that one? Because I think I'm seeing, like, you want to know, like how valuable is this to you? Like that was a question I think you made. Do you want like a suite of those questions, or is there any particular one, just so we don't yeah, and we can't push it off too much longer too.
It can't be pushed really to even, I don't think we could even say, come back at the next meeting with your final revision and go from there. It's got to go out between now and the next meeting if we're going to make strat planning. So I think if we've got, we've got enough confidence in Ms. Compo that we can give her our top recommendations, maybe through an email, and if they make it, they make it. If they don't, they don't. Personally, I think we're supposed to be high level, but personally, I'd like to see one question from the last one to see if we made a difference, and if anybody else has something, I mean, that they feel strongly about, that's all I wanted to see.
Okay, then we can bring our suggestions, and Ms. Combo can decide which ones make it based on some recommendations. Councillor Bougie, you had one last question?
Yeah, more of a comment. I just thought, is there any thought into maybe encouraging residents to fill it out with maybe a potential prize at the end if they fill it out, or something like that? I don't know if we're even allowed, but maybe to encourage more residents to fill out the survey, there could be something attached to encourage as many people as possible to fill it out.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we did that in 2019. We had a draw for a certain number of gift certificates, I believe. So I could perhaps have a conversation with Mr. Jane to see if he'll throw me a few bucks for an incentive. I will follow up with council this week and give you a cutoff date to get your feedback to me in writing, and I'll incorporate that in the final draft.
Okay, we started with Councillor Jaworski. We're going to end with Councillor Jaworski. Go ahead.
Couldn't help myself but pull out the one that we did last time. We had $500 worth of prizes. So, and we did get a lot of involvement. And so, and maybe we can have, if you get this far, if you want to keep going, you can submit here, or you can keep going and provide more information. Just a thought.
All right, thank you. So you're comfortable with that, and we're also comfortable with Ms. Compo or Mrs. Compo receiving and then amending. We have confidence in you there, and it was 10 prizes, $50 each. That's how we did that one. So great. Moving on to the next item, and excuse me while I go to just the top of my agenda to find it. Page 4. Yeah, notion of motion. Is that? Notion of motion, support resolution, moratorium, end date. Councillor Jaworski wanted to read this one. It is very much in her bailiwick, so I'm just going to walk over and bring in the motion for her to read.
Maybe I'll speak to it while you're bringing it over. Thank you. Through you, Mayor McDonald.
Might have to change that.
Okay, yeah, I don't have someone to second it yet. So this, at our last meeting, if you recall, there was a township in Northern Ontario that was asking had a resolution about the school closure moratorium. And just to back up, we did a resolution as a township last summer, back in June, but since that time, the Ontario Public School Boards Association, so the Association of Trustees for the Public Board, they've made a formal request to the provincial government to lift the moratorium on school accommodation reviews, or AKA school closures, and they asked for that prior to the end of this school year. So that's a request that they're looking in the very short term. And so the resolution that we passed last June was in support of 3 items, which was about increasing the Rural and Northern Education Fund, RNEF, which is there to help rural schools be able to, fund things that are much easier to do in urban areas, like, help supplement guidance counselors, supplement transportation. We also supported that if the province does lift the moratorium, that they should leave it in place for schools that are rural, on the Rural and Northern Education Fund list. So that would include most of the schools in South Glengarry that are considered rural. And then lastly, there's some work that the government had promised to do back in 2018 to finish the guidelines for the reviews, and there's some still missing pieces, and we were asking that they consult with different stakeholders, including the Community Schools Alliance, to finish those. And folks might remember that when we were at Roma, the most recent one was Roma. I asked a question about this to the Minister of Education, and he did acknowledge at that time, the impact that school closures have on, the disproportionate effect that school closures have on rural and Northern Ontario communities, and he committed to reviewing the process to better reflect the needs of rural and northern communities. So basically, the point of this resolution is, in light of that new request by the Ontario Public School Boards Association, it's basically asking for an update from the provincial government on what is the status of those points that we had raised, those requests we made with respect to rural education funding and the review guidelines. So I guess I need a seconder. Do I need to ask for one? All right, great, thank you. So Martin, seconded by Martin. So I just go ahead and read it? Okay, great. So moved by Stephanie Jaworski, seconded by Martin Lang. Whereas an announcement was recently made by the Ontario Public School Boards Association asking for the Government of Ontario to lift the moratorium on pupil accommodation reviews and school closures prior to the end of the 2022-2023 school year. And whereas the Council of the Township of South Glengarry passed a resolution on June 20th, 2022 in support of the Community Schools Alliance 3-point action plan designed to improve access to public education in rural and northern communities, namely that the Province of Ontario increase the Rural and Northern Education Fund, RNEF, to $50 million, that should the moratorium be lifted, that the moratorium remain in place for schools that qualify for the RNEF until a thorough review of the education funding formula is completed, and that before templates required by the 2018 Pupil Accommodation Review Guidelines are developed, that there be consultation with school boards and community groups, including the Community Schools Alliance. And whereas the Province of Ontario, through the Minister of Education, has acknowledged the negative social and economic impact school closures have on rural and Northern Ontario communities, and committed to a review of the process to better reflect the needs of rural and Northern Ontario prior to the lifting of the moratorium, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry hereby respectfully requests that the Province of Ontario, through the Minister of Education, provide an update on the status of any review of the rural education funding, including the RNEF and the 2018 Pupil Accommodation Review Guidelines, and furthermore that this resolution be forwarded to the Premier, the Minister of Education, MPP Nolan Quinn, AMO, Roma, Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, and all Ontario municipalities. Okay, so you call for the vote? Everyone, the galaxy.
All right, all those in favor of the motion as read? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. All right, we will move to item 10A, AOR's letter, Enbridge gas resolution. Oh, no, we'll do the verbal update of Warren Street. We will then go to the verbal summary update of Warren Street by Ms. McDonald.
Apology, Mr. Mayor. I didn't want to get missed. Okay, so this is concerning the Warren Middle and Bethune Street reconstruction. Administration has retained EVB Engineering through our Municipal Engineering Services roster to assist us with the design and get through the project. On Wednesday, March 22nd, we hosted a public information center at the SDNG Library in Williamstown. I wanted to give a huge kudos to the library staff who were very accommodating and provided coffee and tea for everyone who came and who opened the library up for 3 extra hours outside of their regular hours. So thank you very much to the SDNG Library. The PIC was very well attended. We had, I think, nearly everyone who lives on Warren and Middle Street attend. Lots of great comments. We received written discussion sheets. Some of the feedback that came out of that meeting was that residents weren't keen on having the sidewalk reinstated, that there were a lot of lateral drains tying into the existing underground something that we weren't able to pick up with our CCTV because I don't believe they're actually tying into what they think they're tying into. And that there was concerns about obviously the hydro poles, but of note, those are actually Bell poles, so they're owned by Bell. And when we reached out to the utilities, none of them indicated that they had any plans in the area at the time. So following the PIC, we took all of that feedback, and I will just kind of summarize where we think we're going. So removal of the sidewalk would be on the designs that we're moving forward with. We would curb both sides of the road. So the northern side of Warren Street, the curb would be just south of the hydro poles. And then moving forward at a date and time in the future when Bell decides to move them, we would ask them, or replace these poles, we'd ask them to move them 1.5 meters north so that the township would have a very clear right-of-way. And if a sidewalk at that time wanted to be reinstated, there'd be plenty of space to do that. So that would be, likely we need some young folks to remember on our behalf. So if you're watching and you are here in 50 years, we want those poles moved northwards. So sidewalk removal, curbs on both sides. Middle Street, a final direction would be pending from council as to whether or not we would one-way that southwards, so outwards. Right now, we are looking at designing all roads, Bethune and Warren Street at a 6.5 meter pavement width, and that's curb to curb. So that's a 3.25 meter driving lane in each direction. Middle Street is currently 4.9 meters wide. If we go to 6 meters wide, that gets a little tight with the current buildings. There are septic beds that would impact that. Like there's a lot going on both above and under the ground on Middle Street specifically. We would be looking with the curbs to go to a storm sewer system, which would connect all of those laterals. So those are where people's sumps are outputting to. And that storm sewer system would be designed to pick up the streets and all properties abutting the streets, not necessarily like the area. So currently, like that is in line with what's existing. And if we were to expand our catchment area to the broader area, it would delay the project by a year or two. Like we're really not in a position to pick up more than that with our underground sewer infrastructure. However, like what we're planning on doing with the underground sewer is definitely an improvement on what's existing, which is a mishmash of, I would say, about 6 different weird things happening under the ground. We're looking to go out to tender in May, and we'll likely have an update at that time. So leading from that, I did say the big thing would be the removal of the sidewalk, and in that we could operationally likely impact, I'd say, the fair, which would be the big sidewalk user. I'll just tie back into the public comments in terms of not requesting a sidewalk is one. It's very narrow. We need to take down a bunch of trees, a bunch of hedges to extend it wider to really bring it up to accessible standards. Right now, I think it's 1.2 meters wide. Minimum recommended right now is 1.5, but 1.8 gets you, you can have 2 people meeting and cross or meet safely. And also with our sidewalk plow, it's got a blower, and folks aren't too excited about having a sidewalk plow blow salt and whatnot onto their yards, onto their flower beds, onto their houses. So that's kind of a summary of what we found. And again, thank you so much to the SDNG Library.
All right, I believe that Councillor McDonnell and Deputy Mayor Lang were there. Did you have any comments? I know I showed up much later, so your thoughts, or Mr. Lang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yes, very well attended. Appreciate staff putting it on. And I think most people that were there appreciated it, and you had enough people there that you could explain things one-on-one to people, and I think they appreciated that as well, rather than just listening to a presentation. They were able to meet with somebody and look at their individual property and see how it would be affected. So, well attended, I think we're on the right track. Not really interested in a one-way, even on Middle Street. I would imagine Middle Street only sees 3 cars a day type of thing, and it's only, 100 and some feet long likely, or maybe a little more, but it's the length of basically two small lots. So if somebody does come on there, you can see the person at the other end and you just wait. So I don't think we need to do a one-way, just because people aren't going to follow it anyway. But I was happy with everything else. Very glad to get people's input and keep moving forward. Looking forward to it.
I'll go to Councillor McDonald and Councillor Jaworski, but I would like to say, as a resident of Williamstown, I would probably, the one way doesn't bother me either way, because I would likely go the way I wanted to, if I'm being honest. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your for your update tonight, Sarah, and as well, thank you for the presentation you did provide to the residents there. It was very well attended, and I was very impressed with the style in which the meeting was going on. You have Mr. Vincelli, Mr. McLeod there that were more than, well, and as well as yourself, more than technically capable of explaining the plans. Sometimes those older images and older site plans and surveys are harder to read, and especially when you're not looking at them very often. So it was very helpful for those residents there, and of course with the timelines and things like that, the staff was all very knowledgeable, and I think everybody left happy or felt they had their say and got a good amount of information. So from my point anyways, and I think as well the deputy mayors, it was well received and well done. So thank you very much, and I don't think you really have to worry about a one-way. The only question I had there was, for Middle, if you did go to a one-way, could you then accommodate the garbage trucks? Because I think there's only 2 people on that road, and both had made comments at some point, so just wanted to check up on that, or if there's some kind of an accommodation that could be made.
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor. The the larger vehicles are having trouble accessing Middle, more of a function of the curb radii on the approach and less so of the width of the road. So part of the design is to go from the the tighter turning radii to a little bit, it's just a wider one so they can make the turn. So regardless of the width of the road, they should be able to get in.
Nope, perfect, thank you. I figured it was something to do along the lines of the length of a garbage truck. It's basically a dump truck, but a lot longer. So it was just a comment that way. If we can accommodate it, great. If not, I wouldn't kill ourselves on that street, because it's not that big.
Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Thank you, Ms. McDonald, for bringing this forward. I unfortunately wasn't able to attend, so it's I really appreciate you giving a rundown of how it went. I'm glad to hear it went so well, and thank you for all the efforts that you put into that. And I'll admit I was a bit surprised to hear that the residents were not interested in having a sidewalk. I guess I assume that and also just from like an active transportation standpoint and a safety standpoint, I look very favorably on sidewalks in hamlets. But I suppose if the residents there are not overly concerned with it, then and maybe it sounds like if we have a small sidewalk is worse than no sidewalk. It sounds like. So I don't know if I'll be around when the hydro poles are moved, but certainly that might be something that I'll look at, might mention again to whoever's on council then about reinstating a sidewalk. But one comment that I did receive from a resident is just, and I think you're kind of touching on it about with the Williamstown Fair, is that road is very, during the Williamstown Fair, it's quite busy, lots of folks trying to squeeze in parking there, lots of pedestrian traffic, people walking around. So I'm wondering if, or maybe just to keep this in the back of the mind, is maybe when it comes to Williamstown Fair time, if we might look at doing some sort of, temporary, I don't know whether temporary one-way or some sort of traffic control there. So just to make it a bit safer, just because also, and a lot of people are having a lot of fun, not necessarily paying as much attention as they might be paying attention to regularly. So it might be something to think about for then. Thanks.
All right, well, thank you very much for that. We will move to 10A, AOR's letter, Enbridge gas resolution in the consent agenda. I believe this was, or did you have something further? Okay, great. So then I believe this was brought forward by Councillor Jaworski or Councillor Jaworski and Deputy Mayor Lang.
I'm elected to go first. And I've just wondered if, and I'm sorry we didn't run it by you, Sarah. We didn't, we just thought of it as the meeting was started. Other things in our mind these days. Anyway, it looks like Enbridge wants to start charging $200 every time for a locate. And the heads of the Ontario Road Association of Ontario Road Supervisors are putting in a resolution against it or to speak against it. And if they do, everybody else is going to start charging for locates as well. And I mean, there could be a little slight positive for us. I mean, we might have to get in on the bandwagon and start charging, but we require a number of locates as well. I mean, those back streets in Williamstown are an example of when we get to that point, we're doing that. Either us or whoever's doing the job for us is going to have to get those locates, and that's going to go as part of the cost. So I just was thinking that, it's been one of those things that's always been free. If you needed a locate, you could always get a locate. Anybody could get one, any place. And if they start charging, my thought is people are going to start saying, oh, I think I know where the thing is anyway. I'm not going to bother with the locate. So I think it's a slippery slope to go down. I'd like to see us keeping that free, supporting that.
To just add on to that, like if with the sign installation issue, if now we have to be doing locates for the signs as well, that increases the cost of those kind of activities tremendously. And as they point out in the resolution, like most of the time, I mean, a lot of the times these locates are in municipal right-of-ways that we're not charging them to use in the first place. So it seems kind of not fair or not right now that they'd be charging us for the locates as well.
If I may just add some context, Council. So this came out with very little notice, the intent of Enbridge Gas to charge $200 per locate. It wasn't widely circulated. I believe it may have been not entirely approved on the area, but it did cause a huge fuss in our industry. Enbridge did circulate a proper notice on March 23rd saying that they're putting a pause on this implementation, so it's not immediate. However, to Councillor Jaworski's comment, this happened during our tendering for the Hamlet Sign Award, and we advised contractors to not include these fees and carry them because we were unsure of how it may have impacted it, but it would have added $8,000 to the cost of that project just for these locates. So certainly what the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors is saying, I certainly support this and hope that it doesn't come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe if possible for the next meeting, just in preparation, if this is still an ongoing, they're ongoing in whether they're going to pursue this or not, maybe wise for us to send to the provincial government as is and just have a resolution ready for that meeting, just in case they get, because if they get this idea, Bell will be right alongside them as well as every other utility.
That seem reasonable and doable? Great. I think that's a great idea. As a shareholder of Enbridge, I'm in support of them having more revenue, but as a mayor that would have to pay $8,000 for signs for no reason, I'm against it. So that is the consent agenda items. I don't believe there was anything else. So moved by Stephanie Jaworski, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that the council accepts the items listed on the consent agenda. All those in favor? Any of opposed? Seeing none, carried. I have two motions to read to go into closed session. The first will be identifying the items. So moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Trevor Bougie. Be it resolved that council convene to closed session at 9:10 p.m. to discuss the following items under section 239(2) of the Municipal Act SO 2001. 2. A meeting or part of a meeting may be closed to the public if the subject matter being discussed is B. Personal matters about an identifiable individual, specifically staffing matter, litigation or potential litigation, specifically staff reports 53, 2023 and 54, 2023. And K, plans and instructions for negotiations, specifically information report ongoing negotiations. All those in favor of the motion as read. Any of opposed? Seeing none. Carried. So the second motion, just before we Go into closed session is moved by Trevor Bougie, seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that the CAO, Tim Mills, be appointed acting clerk for closed session item related to personal matters about an identifiable individual. All those in favor? Any of opposed? Seeing none, carried. So then now we'll go into closed session and we'll report out without reporting afterwards. Thank you. Moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Trevor Bougie. Be it resolved that council rise and reconvene at 11:24 into open session without reporting. All those in favor? Any of opposed? Carried. Moved by Trevor Bougie, seconded by Stephanie Jaworski. Be it resolved that council extend the meeting curfew past 11 p.m. All those in favor? Any of opposed? Seeing none. Moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Stephanie Jaworski. Be it resolved that administration be directed to carry out all actions as specified in the closed session minutes. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Moved by Stephanie Jaworski, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that bylaw 25/2023, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify matters dealt with by resolution, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 3rd day of April 2023. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Read the adjournment. Moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Trevor Bougie. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry adjourn to the call of the chair at 11:27 p.m. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Have a good evening for everyone who tuned into the second portion of our meeting.